Wow, like clockwork. Give me 1 second. As soon as I start the stream, someone knocks on the door. 1 second, go. I'm muted. Anyways. Ended the stream early yesterday. So I could focus on creating health bars. So you can see here that I was able to accomplish this. We have health bars that show both teams' current health. Shows when they get damaged, all that stuff. And honestly, it puts no more strain on the network than what's currently being like established. Funny enough, I actually found a couple of bugs while doing this, and they were actually like really like egregious ones that I actually would never have noticed. One of them was our health visually was updating on the client, right? So like these health bars at the bottom here, they would show like this number, and that number was basically set by the current level of the player. Player gets attributes, the attributes, or some attributes, you know, increase health, etc. Well, when we were setting the level on the client, we actually weren't setting it on the server, and I thought I did that. So what was actually happening was they actually didn't have that much health. So they actually had like the standard 600. So in actually creating this, I solved a bunch of problems. Now let's get down to actually how we accomplished this, right? That's the most important part. So in doing this, I was like, I wonder where we can get this data from and how we can kind of like set this up. So we currently, and if you're using the gameplay ability system, you would have this set up the same way or something similar. We're already replicating our health and max health to everybody. That's what this means, right? And it's going to send out a rep notify no matter what. When this value gets changed, even if it's changed to the same variable, I believe it will still send out a rep notify. So we have two guaranteed ways of knowing the other player's health right here. Now, we need access to this data, and we need to create these health bar widgets per player. So I was thinking, what would be an easy way to get access to all the players in the current game, grab their ability system component, and then set up like a delegate or an event handler to get notified when these values change and update the progress bar on the widget accordingly. The game state. The game state has a list of all the current players in the match. So what we're doing is when the game starts, let me just go to game state here. The game state has access to something called the player array, which it's basically what it says. it's an array of all the current players in the game. So we have access to all their player states, which our ability system component is housed on the player state. So when we grab all these, let me go into the HUD. Maybe towards the bottom here, actually. Obviously, there's a lot of HUD elements here. Yeah, okay. So, when the HUD is created and the player gets possessed by a controller, because this is actually called when the player is actually possessed by a controller, this function gets called here. What this looks for is if we have this team display widget created, which is what this these columns are here. So these guys that display like the health, checks to see if we have this like established. If we don't, we create it. We get the game state. We get all the current players. We take the players, cast it to our invoker player state, which I have a function on here that is able to pull the ability system component. We call this function on every single player in the game, and this is happening locally. So every system or every client, including the listen server, is calling this function on their own machine. They're not calling it for everybody else. So when they call this all locally, they're going to create this health bar widget for each player in the game. Now, what this does is it basically just sets up delegates that will listen for changes to the player's current health. As we go in here, we're using the ability system component, and we're using this function here, which basically says, hey, if their health or max health change, call this function over here, right? And all this does is, oh, this is actually something I was debugging, but all this does is it looks for the new health value and it puts it in here. I'm also saving some local values here just to get rid of like excess calling of this function. But yeah, we're just updating the health values. So every time it changes, it gets called, does its thing, and it works great. Right here, this is pretty much just like, this is something that's matching like the older system that we have for team creation. So the way I have this set up here is it doesn't care how many teams are in the game, right? This will be able to create as many vertical boxes that we need to house each team. I did it this way because in the future there's going to be more than just 2 teams, and I set this up the same exact way I set up the team selector menu, or that like interactive widget we made, so I don't have to come back and redo this all over again. No matter how many teams we have, we're just going to be pretty much just pumping them out here. I think the only thing I'm going to have to do is mess with how the horizontal and vertical alignment is being set. Right now I just have it alternating between like left and right, but it's going to get a little too congested. So if we get to that point, I'll come back and redo this part here. But yeah, that's pretty much how we have the health bar system working now. And no issues thus far. I gotta change the rolling key. I think another thing I wanted to do was actually speed up the cast animation just a little bit. I think it takes just a little bit too long to actually cast abilities. But that's just something that we would have to tweak. I'm not too concerned about it right now. What I want to work on today is status effects. So I have an old piece of code on how we originally set this up, which I believe will still work for what we're going to be doing now, unless I deleted it, which is also very possible. If I deleted it, no problem. I can just recreate it again. Okay, yeah, it looks like I got rid of it then. Okay. No biggie. What we want to do is we want to create status icons, and the idea is we want to have status effects show up underneath the health bars, or we would have them like show up right next to the name. They're going to be somewhere on this widget here. I haven't really thought of like where exactly they're going to be placed there, but regardless, they're needed because we're going to have it here and we're going to have it on the bottom bar of the player's health. So yeah, I guess we'll start from scratch then on it. We're going to create a new user widget. And we're going to call this status icon widget. Yeah, we'll just call it status effect. I'm debating whether I want to put this into a class tree folder or make its own separate thing. Probably its own separate thing, so I'll make a status effect folder here that we can use. Yeah, okay. We'll get this created. These icons are going to be generated inside the actual status effect widget itself. So we're going to actually set up a couple different layers here. To accomplish this. I think what I'm going to do is set something up where when a gameplay queue is added to a player, it is going to update everybody that this gameplay queue is added to this character, because the gameplay queues actually have replicated variables that we can use to generate these status effect icons. So I'd rather not, again, you don't want to congest the network, use what's already available to you. And with gas, I haven't found a great way to replicate status effects outside of gameplay queues that are already generated. So, create another one here. User widget. We'll call this status effect bar, probably. I don't think we're going to have multiple bars, actually. We could probably just call this status effect widget. And this should be it. All right, so this is going to need a couple different things. So just jump right into it. We're going to need an image first off. So this will be status effect icon image. Or declare this guy up here. I'm going to forward declare some other things too, like a rich text block. Does it need to be? Yeah, we'll just use it. We're going to have an icon. This is going to be for like an effect counter, if we have one. So like how many stacks of this do they currently have, all that. We actually also need a timer as well. And a way we can do that is actually with a progress bar. We can actually do two things here. We can have a progress bar that has like a low alpha value, so it kind of gives like a tint almost to the background image, and you'll slowly see it like go down or like decrease the progress on it, kind of like representing like a timer countdown, but then we'll actually have a countdown number on it as well. I'm just setting up the pointers here and setting up the binds as well that we're going to use. This one will be status effect stack counter. And then we will make one for status effect duration. Actually, I gotta actually end these in text. One thing I'd like to do with widgets is the ending of the name represents what it actually is. When you get like really big projects, it just makes it a lot easier to keep track of all this shit. And then we just make our setters, keep everything organized as much as possible. This takes a uTexture 2D for the image. Progress bar, we're just going to take in a float for this. It can be const. Yeah. So for the parameter here, there's two ways we can do this. We can do remaining percentage of duration, or we can do current percentage duration. We'll probably do remaining. And then these are just text setters, so these can be const f-string references here. Let's see here. Actually, since this is a stack count, just make this a UN8. And one last one here for duration. Not f-string. This one. I'm actually going to take as a float. And what I'm going to do is, if I were to take just a flat UN8 here, I would have to preemptively floor the value, because what will happen is these are integers are designed to round up no matter what. Or round down rather, not round up. So what would happen is if this is like 0.9, it's going to equal 0. So it's going to be like a preemptive countdown, which is what we don't want. So what I'm going to have a check for here is when we're setting the duration text, I'm going to take this float value, and as long as it's like above like 0.1, the text is still going to say like about 1 second remaining. I don't know if I'll actually do decimal places, but that's also something else we can set up as well. Okay. So, control period. It's going to create the actual functions themselves here. So for the icon, grab this, flip back over. Got to do our includes. Components, image.h. Components, rich text block. Components. What was the last one? Progress bar. Not set image, it's a set texture. Or set brush from texture. That's what it is. Set that image there. For progress bar, you're going to do status effect progress bar, set percentage in remaining percentage duration. Okay, for stack counter, we have to do something a little bit different here. So we have to create an f text here and name it amount. And we have to go from f text from string, f string from int, and we use the status effect stack count here. Then we go status effect stack count text, set text to amount, like that. For duration text, it's going to be something similar, but we have to change it up just a little bit here. Hold on 1 second. My AC was making a churning noise, so I just reset it real quick. Alright, so for duration, we have to check to see if it is less than 1. So if it's less than 1, and greater than 0.1, probably turn this into a UN8. Plot duration. Yeah, okay. So we're checking to see if this is less than 1. If so, we also want to make sure that it's above 0.1. And as long as this criteria is met, the duration will still be 1. We can get accurate with like decimal places and stuff too. There's ways to do that with manipulating like text. But the status icons are going to be relatively small, so I don't think it's really necessary to get that crazy into detail with it, but who knows, maybe later on we change it up. Again, we're just going to put this to amount here. So we have a basic status icon created. Now what I like to do is I like to create an initializer that handles all this for us. So we just pass something in and it takes care of the rest. What we're going to want to pass in is probably there's two things that we can do here. We already have spell data, so technically we can pass in that kind of struct, or we can make a new kind of struct and make a new data table that holds all the status effects for us. And as long as we pass in the name of what we're applying, we'd be able to look it up in that data table and apply it. I actually might have... Yeah, I still have old status effect stuff here from when we were doing this before. Yeah, so I'm going to uncomment this, kind of explain what I was doing before. Man, but I don't know if I want to do it this way. Before, I was actually creating like a brand new type of, I guess, enum at this point. Because I was like, oh, enums are like really low on cost, but it's still more traffic you got to send across the network, so not really. And I was basically creating something entirely out of like, or entirely avoiding like gameplay queues. But I think the new method that we're going to use is the status tag is going to be something that matches the gameplay queues. So I think that's how we're going to do this. We'll change status tag to status effect gameplay queue tag, like that. You also have like this, I did an override on the Boolean operator for equals, so I could compare like status effect names. I think if I'm going to do anything like that, it would be for the tags instead of the names. Duration is actually going to be kind of weird to replicate. There's a couple ways I can do that too. So we're kind of getting into like the nitty-gritty of this now. And we got to make some pretty key decisions here on how we're going to handle this. The method before, where we were just replicating the duration upon application, I don't think I want to do that. I think I'd rather just use data that our gameplay queues are already providing, because the gameplay queues are replicated to like all clients. So we're able to pull data from those and create status effects, which is what I'd want to do. So we might be able to pass in duration to these to the gameplay queues and then pull that data off. It's a way to do it. First, we actually have to create a meta tag to only allow us to choose gameplay queue, or these gameplay queue tags. And I believe I had a specifier created. Maybe not in here. Yeah, here it is. So you can actually specify what kind of tags you want this to look for. Here we want to have gameplay queue. Yo, what up? Been chipping away at setting up my project's basic functionality. I'm almost there. Should be good to work on gas related stuff soon. Hey, I'd love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. We're getting into the later part of the project here, where we have to kind of like ramp up the amount of like visual cues and, you know, types of like stimulation to help players make decisions quicker. So we got to add in like more sound effects, give the player more data to kind of feed off of, if that makes sense. The status effects are going to be the theme for the week here. Going to be an interesting week, that's for sure. Just because we have an old way of doing it, but now I'm going to try and make a new way. I said I'd ask you about C++ and gas-related questions, so if you're not too engrossed in working with your code, could I ask you some? Yeah, go ahead, man. Fire away. What do you got? But what we're going to do here is actually feed in this as the data type here. Ooh, actually... yes, this will get this data, and what we'll do is the overall widget itself will have the data table that it can look up. Actually might make a brand new header file for this. Always be careful where it's saving your shit. Fuck. Can I move it? Like frozen. Whatever. Source invoker. Right there. We're actually going to move this out of here into this. Just need a couple different things here. So if I wanted to set up an elemental weakness system, would using a data asset filled with a map of gameplay tags be the best way to go about it? Set up an elemental weakness system. So context always matters. So if you're doing that, right, is it something where it's going to modify, like, I'm assuming it's going to modify like damage values, right, of the character that's hit? So like this this entity takes 20% increased fire damage, something like that. Because if that's the case, the best way to handle damage calculation is, yeah, damage values, how they react, etc. Gotcha. So for the damage values, what you would want to do is create a custom execution calculator, and you'd be able to modify damage values in here. You're also able to put like critical strikes and stuff here as well. This is where you'd want to do that, and what you can do is you can create different attributes, right? Like you could create like resistance attributes, and when you're calculating damage, you can capture those attributes here, and whatever like value you're going off of, whether it be like a 0 to 100 system or something like that, you could basically just say like, okay, this has 80 fire resistance. That means I only do 20% damage to this person. So you would take the damage value and you would alter it using the fire resistance one. It's kind of hard to explain, but the effect calculator is kind of meant to modify any type of damage variables, which is why I have like critical chance and like critical multipliers set here, and also damage resistance. Like I have this this attribute called resilience, and I'm using a curve to do the damage resistance, or like the damage modification for me. So I'm just multiplying the damage based on like how much resilience they have, and I grab the value at whatever point in this curve, which the curve looks like this. Hold on a second. So starts here. The more resilience they get, which is the top number, you can see that this value drops down all the way to here. So I'm multiplying. If they have 100 resilience, they only do 35% of their total damage that they normally would do. Hopefully that makes sense. I know in the documentation for gas, like that giant thing made by I think it seems like Tenno or something, he actually explains how to set up the effect or the execution calculator in there. But yeah, hopefully this makes sense. One thing I will do is, or will say, is using tags to communicate that value is actually a good thing too. So in the source tags, you could say that this is like a, you can make like a fire tag, meaning that it's like a fire damage ability. And then if it has that tag, you could do the calculation for damage based on the fire resistance that the character has. So there's like a ton of different ways to do it, but that's what I would be, that's the way I would go about doing it. totally just rambling. Trying to think about how I can make classes that are easy to modify in editor and really robust. So it depends on like it depends on like what data you want to modify on them. Data tables are great for having everything be in one spot that you can change. So if you wanted to set up like a bunch of like curves in there for like damage resistance that you could interchange, I mean, there's like an idea for that as well. I use data tables for all my classes in the game. So if we go into where I have this set up, for my ability damage, I have basically all the damage values that I would ever need here. So like range, duration, damage modifiers, the frequency of damage. If it's an AoE spell, base effect is basically just like damage or healing. So I have it all set up there. But yeah, you'll see in my project I really love data tables. I use them everywhere. We gotta compile here. This is showing red, but this should be totally fine. Just hasn't generated the files yet. Data assets are basically the same thing. So I think data assets definitely look prettier. But honestly, I've just been using data tables like from the very beginning, that I never went to using assets or data assets for that. I read somewhere a long time ago that data assets were slower during runtime to pull data from, and that's what kind of made me want to use data tables. But when I tried to look for that source on why they said that, I was never able to find it again. I wish I saved it. I'd love to see why they said that. Oh, yeah. Status effects.h. The one thing about changing any of these header files, by the way, especially like my cast types header, is that shit is used in so many different places that it has to like rebuild almost the entire project. Well, that's weird. Ah, shit. I put it outside of this. Damn it. Alright, hold on. Meant to go one layer deeper. This needs to be in public. Close out, reopen. Yeah. Heard from Epic themselves that it's better to use data assets because data tables can potentially become too big and cause memory leaks or something. Yeah, that's interesting. If that actually is the case, then I will switch everything over, as painful as that would be. But, yeah, that would be a huge problem. I haven't heard anything about that, but honestly, like, whenever I look up the difference between the two, it's usually just a giant thread of people arguing about who's right and who's wrong. And I always come to the conclusion that it's just like opinion based and like what people like to use. It's kind of like going on to one of the forums to see if PlayStation or Xbox is better. It doesn't mean shit at the end of the day because they are console players. And we're just game developers. Yeah, exactly. Pick your poison. Wait, we got the compile. So, the thing that we're going to be working on after we get status effects done is a little bit more debugging on combat, and then we're going to be moving into AI development. I think you're having a bitter experience in Visual Studio. Visual Studio is my sworn enemy for life. I fucking hate it, but I also love it at the same time because it's free. So it gives me an excuse to why my game doesn't work half the time. If I used Rider, I wouldn't have an excuse as to why my game wasn't working. Get out of this here. Yeah, so the idea I have is for the actual status effect widget, it will have the data table and it will do the sorting for me. Why not use Unity? So Unity, well, with the whole like fiasco that happened with like their CEO, a lot of people like switched over. I always wanted to use Unreal just because of like Lumen. So when Unreal 5 like came out, I was just like gung-ho about like learning it and starting the whole process. Nothing wrong with Unity personally. Their business practices are a little weird, but like it's a great engine. Got nothing bad to say about it. I like data assets because I can set up all the variables inside them and have class derive all the information it requires from one inside the construction script. Keeps things clean and easy to alter. Yeah, if you look at my data tables, they're a little bit messy. But I have all the information I need right here that I can change whenever I need to. So I have like all the spell data and all the variables there. We're going to be creating data tables for the status effects too. Alright, so when we initialize here, we're going to be using this to actually set a bunch of this stuff up. We want to check first to make sure that this is a valid pointer. Now for the duration, this is where it gets kind of messy on how do we get this information over to us. And again, there's a couple ways to do it with gameplay cues. where we can kind of manipulate some of the values that are replicated. I think what we're going to do... 1F12. Okay, alrighty. Oh, I see how it is. Oh shit, yeah. I had to re-add it to the project. So we have to add, or I changed the location, so we have to add the file back. Unreal also takes 5%. Why Unity give more FPS than Unreal? I also like Unreal Engine. Yeah, so Unity is a lot friendlier for developers as well. I don't know. I just like the features that Unreal offers, especially with animations now. It's just like over the past like couple of years, they've been like really nailing it on the head with like giving tools that developers need. The only really bad part about Unreal is their documentation is like complete utter dog shit, and it leaves you in the dust a bunch of times. So you actually have to do a lot of the groundwork yourself on figuring out problems. That's my biggest complaint. Yeah, Unity is also great for 2D. Very true. I mean, Unreal has some 2D, like they have sprites, and they have, the fuck is that one data type called? It's like some like paper 2D or some shit. I can't remember the name of it. But they have like flip books that you can actually create for 2D animations. But I don't know how much support they actually offer for it. Okay, we need to have a little bit more data here. Like names. Not names. Duration. Give it 0 by default. Actually, -1. And what we'll do is if it's -1, then we just pretty much fail the initialization. So the one thing we need to do is these guys actually have to tick. Yeah, that's what it is. Move these over here. I have a question. Unity gives me more FPS when I open project than Unreal. Why? It's probably because Unreal Engine is defaulting to epic quality settings. You can go into your project and actually change those. You can also change the base frames of your project as well. Or not project, I think it's editor. Hold on a second. Let's check. That's for editor play. Maybe it's project. I know there's a frame rate setting that you can actually change. I can't remember where the hell it is though, to be honest with you. It's been so long since I actually tweaked it. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, there's some setting, and I changed it in the very beginning, where you can actually change the frames that your project actually has. And I thought I changed it to like 90 or something. But I can't remember. You can also change the quality of your project as well. But I haven't changed that in forever, and I can't remember what the goddamn button is. Material quality? No, it's like whatchamacallit. They have like an actual like game quality or like an editor quality where you can just like tune everything down to like potato. So you can just like maximize performance. But I will say that the engine itself does have like the play and editor frames aren't great, but in 5.4 they definitely made it a lot better. This needs to be an override. Oh, wait a minute. Is tick not overrideable? I actually did not check that. I thought it was. Huh. Native tick, that's what it is. Okay. I was about to say, pretty sure I've used tick in UMG before. Oh, Visual Studio also lags in your system? Yeah, I mean, the specs I have are 32 gigs of RAM, 3700X AMD processor. My graphics card is a 6900 XT AMD. You do need a decent rig to get a bunch of frames on this shit. But if you're able to lower the quality of your editor, it should run a lot better. I think the biggest thing for me, performance-wise, was actually like moving my engine over to a NVMe solid-state drive that has like read and write access speeds of like over 1500. Just having that alone made any landscape running nanite load so much faster. Alright, we actually need something to tick down the timing here. But we want it clamped. And we only want this working, or we only want this ticking if there is a remaining duration to this. So when we set the status effect duration, we'll probably make like an internal variable for this, like a duration counter. This would be like a float. We also actually want to know what the starting duration is. actually rename this. Remaining duration, starting duration. I have a 2050 graphics, 16 gigs RAM, drive, 512 SSD of NVMe. Yeah, if you move your like project or your actual engine over to the NVMe drive, it should run a lot smoother. How much FPS will you get from Unreal? I mean, if you upgrade to 5.4, I've noticed a significant change in the frame rate I was getting with the editor itself. I thought it was like people just blowing smoke up my ass, but there actually is a pretty big difference from what I've seen. When we initialize, we want to set the starting duration here. And we can also set the remaining duration as well. There's a couple ways that we can do this countdown, because what's going to happen is, what happens if they apply the effect again, right? The duration's going to reset back to what it was before. And if that's the case, we can actually create a function to handle that part as well. Like so. Yeah, okay. We don't want this to tick unless we actually have a duration to count down from. So we can probably make a constructor here and turn tick off. Shit, what was the command? It's like a primary... Damn, I can't remember it off the top of my head. I have it in here though. In one of my components. Yeah, primary actor tick. Actually, this isn't a thing on UMG, is it? Yeah, that's for actors. There is... Probably won't do it in the constructor then. There's a specific function I'm looking for here. Look in the native functions. Native construct. There is, or should be, a function to turn tick off. Looks like it's grabbing this function from like a shared pointer. Is that what I'm seeing? The underlying S widget. Is there a way that I can get this? Is this protected? It is. Converts this weak pointer to shared. Yep, that's what I thought. Gotcha. Might be too soon to do this in construct. We'll try it out though. I mean, if it fails validity, then we know. Object widget. Part of the no, let's look up what the include is for S object, eh? It's part of slate. Okay. Probably just turn this into a function. I would want to know this is invalid. So when we set this here, we'll enable tick. And then in tick, what we'll do is we'll check remaining duration. It's greater than 0. We actually should just create a complete function for this. And this will handle everything for us on completion here. I'd also like to know when this is completed. We do this. At this point, the actual status effect is probably going to play like an animation and then get deleted. So we'll probably set up a delegate here. To handle all that for us. So let's make a object pointer for a widget animation. Status effect completed animation. What we'll do is call play animation. It's our time forward, restore state. Yeah, it's all fine. But we also want to bind to this. Yeah, this is it right here. So with animations for UMG, you can actually bind to delegates that will be broadcasted when the animation completes. And once the animation completes, we will call the struct onto the animation itself. Trying to remember what that function is called. I believe it was called like, I thought it was on animation finished. It might be something else. Animation callbacks. Oh, here we go. Bind to animation finished. We want to do this before the animation is called, though. I've been told the most common way to initialize a character's default attributes is via applying gameplay effects. Do you think do you use this method, or is it different for your game? That's actually what I use, I believe. I think I have it initialize attributes. Yeah, so I check for the ability system component. I check for the default attributes, which is a gameplay effect. And I create the effect context, do that, do the application with the apply gameplay effects back to target. And then the actual gameplay effect itself is this right here. So it's just a bunch of modifiers with the attribute that you want to set, and I have them all set to override, I believe. At least they all should be override. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so the one thing is, if you're doing multiplayer, it's important to actually have the initialize attributes called on possess and on the onRep function, just in case. This is called in two places here. So possessed by and the onRep player state. One is called on the server, one is called on the client. But you just want to make sure all this actually gets set. Yeah. So, good question. So the way I have it set up is I have primary attributes, then I have secondary. Primary attributes modify secondary attributes. So like, vigor, for instance, right, will modify like just health, but like if we go to like dexterity, right, it's modifying crit chance, and also crit multiplier. Might modifies health and slightly modifies resilience. So you can have like layers of attributes that you want, and your primary ones will like affect like a bunch of different secondary ones. It's a good way to kind of like balance everything out, because you could always tweak the scaling of how each attribute affects the secondary. There was something I was about to do. Yeah. Debinding. Okay. It's an F animation binding event. Oh no, F widget animation dynamic event. And what do you need to be initialized? Okay, it's literally just something I can bind to and then set here. Was that a... I want to see if that was a dynamic. It is. Okay. That means we have to do add dynamic or bind dynamic, since it's not a multicast. Bind this to this class. It's got to create this function. Make sure it's a U function because it is dynamic. Actually, we can't turn tick off because this animation will not run if tick is off. I'm glad I caught that before we committed. Okay. We'll move these up to the top just to keep organized. Construct first. All right. Once the animation completes, we will destruct. I'd also like to know when we are calling destruct. So this is the icon. This is the functionality, how it's going to work, at least for right now. Now we have to worry about organizing this, right? We can create it, but how are we getting the data? How are we actually placing this? What we want to do is create like an actual like controller widget is a good way to say it. You're basically going to want to make something that holds all of the status effect icons and organizes them for you, which is what we're going to be doing here. The way I'm going to organize them is through a horizontal box. The job of this user widget is going to be to place these status icons in the correct spot and then load them or initialize them with the correct data. So if we go and create a t-object pointer, new horizontal box, got a for declare it up here. I'll just say status effect horizontal box. Create a public function here. Void add. Call this status effect icon. And what we want to pass in here is that the actual gameplay queue. So say I had an attribute that affects my character's movement speed, jump height, and fall speed. Do you place a logic for reacting to that attribute's value changes inside the base character class? So that actually would be handled inside the attribute set. The way you handle values changing should all be within like the gameplay ability system itself. And what I mean by that is we go into my attribute set here. There's a function that you can override in C++ called the post gameplay effect execute, right? This is what's handling all damage, health, movement speed, stuff like that. So if I go down to where my movement speed attribute is set, it's very simple. It's basically calling the set max movement speed right here. And clamping the values between like 0 and 2000 is the hard cutoff as set for movement speed itself. Now, when this is called, right, it triggers the onRep function inside our player state where the delegate is set up. And I believe that would actually change the value. Let's take a look. It's been a while. So here's the delegate that we set up here for max movement speed. So when max movement speed is changed, yeah, it looks like we are going to the character itself and then setting it that way, like that. Yeah, so for any attribute changes whatsoever, I have it set up in there, and then I'll have these functions inside the player state that will actually manipulate the character itself when these changes occur. So on begin play, I set up all these delegates here to listen for these events. So whenever any of these values change, it has logic to handle all that. These ones actually can get moved. Not really needed. But yeah, you can even see like here for the vigor attribute, I'm manipulating the player's health, and I have like a scaling value that I just hard coded in for testing. So like each point of this attribute will give 50 additional health on top of the base health that the character has. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question. For the status effect here, do not have to include for gameplay tag. Weird. What's the include just for gameplay tag again? This is what we have to work with when it comes to like documentation. Don't mind like the actual like website, right? You know, it's just a copy and paste of like comments that are inside like the actual class itself. When I change this to go to 5.3, why the fuck does it not save that I want 5.3 documentation only? It doesn't. It just doesn't. I have to keep changing it manually every single time. Just make the website 10 times better by saving that, please. Crazy. Thanks a lot for answering them. I've been learning course on Udemy by Steven. Dude, that's my fucking guy. That's where I started with. His Unreal Engine 5 courses, I've taken pretty much all of them. Super, super solid. Yeah, I love that man. Inside the Discord, I have links to all his courses. I'm not affiliated with him or anything like that, but his material is great for beginners, and he speaks pretty slow, which is like perfect for if you're like really trying to understand hard topics like coding. So when we do this add status effect icon thing, we're going to need a couple things here. Well, first off, we're going to need a reference to the status icon, right? We got to know how to create it. So we want to grab a T subclass of U status effect icon widgets, like so. The way I like to name these things is basically just take the name and then add class onto the end of the name if it's a T subclass of. If it's a pointer to the thing that we're making and we need to have a, or like that pointer be a member variable, I add instance onto the end of it, so I know the difference. So here, just tack on class at the very bottom. Doing his gas course currently, so that's where I'm referencing whilst building my project. Yeah, I've taken that one too. That one is also super solid. It's all great stuff. The way you create widgets inside other widgets is through the widget tree itself. There's no create widget function. So what you have to do is a little bit tedious. Let me add my include for this while I'm up here. Widgets slash status effects. Yeah, there we go. So we call widget tree, and then we call construct widget, and then we provide our T subclass of. We can also, thanks to later versions of C++, we now can use if statements to determine if this object was created or not. We can house that in an if statement, make it look a little bit cleaner, and then call our functionality that we need, which the first thing is initialize for our status effect. This is also going to have our data table that has a list of all the gameplay cues, so we can pull all this data that we need. So we need another pointer here of u data table, and this one will be status effect data table, guess. And we also actually, we can't make u property for pointers for custom structs. Think of another way to do this. I'm gonna fill my water up real quick and use the bathroom. Be back in like 2 minutes, and then we'll get done the rest of this status effect icon stuff, and then try it out in game. Give me like 2 minutes. All right. Had to double check, make sure I wasn't muted. Okay. Despite my lack of proficiency in coding, I've been able to identify, automate, and optimize boilerplate code, so I think I'm sort of getting the hang of it. Lucian, I gotta tell you one thing. When you like really get into coding, you'll notice, or you'll start to pick up on like tendencies in like how you learn, and you'll be able to just like create pretty much anything you want as long as you like understand how they're like constructing certain classes, because everything stems from like a U object, right? So it's, as soon as you get to the point where you're just like able to like read through like the source code of like the engine, which happens pretty quick, you'll be able to just like zoom by, and you won't realize how smart you are with it until you talk to people that like don't really do it that often. Knowledge is a weird thing where you don't realize how much you actually know until you talk to people that aren't in the industry itself. So I wouldn't say you have a lack of proficiency, but you are learning, which is good. Hey Dan, how you doing? Long time no see. How you been? We are going to make a U property for this T array of the status effect data. We're going to initialize it during construction. Take native construct here. Been working a lot lately. Wasn't even able to lurk last week. Oh, it's all good. I was only streaming a couple days last week. Had family come down, so I was spending a lot of time with them. Appreciate the encouragement. Hopefully it'll be as natural as breathing air to me soon enough. Honestly, it comes pretty soon. You just got to be consistent with it. The more you do it, the better you get. Am I missing something here? Or is that just Visual Studio being Visual Studio? Also, since I was spending all day programming for my job, I didn't even touch my personal projects. Oh, yeah, I understand that. It happens. Yeah, they don't make it easy if you have to do it for a living. First we want to make sure that this is actually available for us to use here. And we want to get all rows and provide blank text because it doesn't matter. And then the out row will be status effect list. Oh, we have to specify the data type. This is status effect data. I'm missing something. Oh, it has to be pointers. Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. So there's a problem with uProperty. If we want to do like a T array here, and we're using a custom struct, we can't use the uProperty value. There's got to be something really obvious that I'm missing here. Hold on a second. Where is my player state? Oh, I don't even need the identifier. You just have it auto. I mean, shit, that works. Ever tried the Rider IDE? I have. I'm gonna be honest with you, since I'm like so used to Visual Studio, I actually did not like it, surprisingly. Actually, this doesn't want to be void. What we want to do is return. We're gonna have to make a lambda function here. Get the correct data. I'm gonna comment this out. So, temp status expect data equals get filter by predicate. You do filter, actually probably find another way I want to do this. Probably not. Work with Android Studio all day? Oh no. Which is also made by JetBrains, so I think I would enjoy it a lot. I probably get it cheaper. Man, I've had such bad experiences with Android Studio, but I'm gonna be honest with you, the recommended specs of my computer at the time when I was using it didn't meet the requirement, so I feel like that was maybe a user error than the actual company itself that made it. We need a context for this. Fuck me, it's been forever since I made a Lambda function. Wow, I should know this off the top of my head, shouldn't I? So we want context. Tag equals this. Are you throwing a fit? What did I forget? Oh. Just gotta make sure to check and see if it's null or not before doing anything. So we can actually do that within an if statement here. Been like extra careful with checking pretty much everything about like null pointers. Had a PTSD moment with this shit before. Android Studio used to be pretty bad, to be honest, but nowadays so much better. Yeah, sorry if I like read that so much later, but I was just like really focused. Yeah, I used it back in like 2012. I think I was like taking computer science at the time, and we had to use it for that. But yeah, it did not work well with the home computer. I'll just say that. I do want to know if this is null or, well, actually this will pretty much never happen, but I mean, better safe than sorry. I always like to have these else statements here with logs so I can quickly debug problems that stem from me breaking shit. Is that my own engine? No, it's a Unreal Engine. I'm just creating some of the features that the game provides itself. So kind of just using what they give me and modifying it. Oh dang, it's a whole other thing now. It really sucked back then. Oh dude, trust me, it really sucked. I failed computer science the first time around. I blamed Android Studio, but it was probably the home computer along with the lack of motivation to want to do it. We want to check and see if that we want to see if we can get the status effect here. We also want to be notified if our construction of the widget fails itself too. Yeah, okay. Looks good. God damn, we're making another data table of status icons. Hello Confusion Wood, how are you doing on this lovely afternoon? Okay. Have you checked the Lyra widget system? I have not yet. I always say that I'm going to, and then I end up just trying to do it. Just try to create it myself. I'm doing great, thank you. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. We got a lot done yesterday after I ended the stream, but right now we're making status effects. When I had mobile development classes in computer science, we used Eclipse. Oh, that was my starter. That was my starter IDE. Man, that brings back memories. With an ADK plugin, it sucked as well. Yeah, dude, I love and hate Eclipse. Java was the first language that I truly started to learn with Eclipse back in the day. Beginning of Android development was rough no matter what. Yeah. I don't know, I just never could get into Android dev. Man, Eclipse, holy shit. I haven't heard anybody talk about that in forever. Yeah, making good progress. Just thinking about how I want to pass this data in though. So there's a couple ways that we can do this. Regardless, we will have to shut the engine down and recompile once we just made a bunch of new things. Uh-oh. I love it. What do we got? Oh. I did not do the include for the custom structs. Now it should work though. Part of me wishes I took computer science more seriously back in the day. But I don't know, just didn't have the heart for it back then. I was too addicted to World of Warcraft. Not gonna lie. Alright, gotta make data tables here. This is going to be for status effects. We're gonna make a new data table type. Status effect data, DT, status effect. And since we're using the meta tag, we can actually have it only pull gameplay cues, so we can never mess up when creating these. We only have a couple of them we can really use right now. I definitely had some classes that I put more effort into. Others not so much. I barely remember anything. Yeah. School was, for me at least, I was just getting by. That was pretty much it. Not much more else to it. How big are these? Holy shit. Dimensions, where are you? Yeah, we don't need anything that big. I think these are skyboxes. So these are going to be the status effects. Right now I'm just using some like built-in pictures. I'll probably change them later on, but just want to test this out. Actually, I wonder if there's like a maybe like a leaf or something. Looks like a pot leaf. You know what? Fuck it. What class did I play? Oh man. So it depends what honestly it depends what expansion. Burning Crusade, Druid and Hunter, Vanilla Shadow Priest, Wrath. I played a lot of classes. Rep Paladin was broken. Well, not broken, it was just like a pub stomper, so I'd play that in BGs. Death Knight was also like incredibly strong. I'd play Death Knight and Shaman in Arena because Shaman could still use Bloodlust in Arena for the damage increase. Then Cataclysm is when I got like super high rated and I was playing Feral Druid. And then after that, it kind of because that's when like all the really bursty classes like really came out, like Frostbomb, Mage, where you would just like time up your shit with Time Warp, Frostbomb, deep somebody, and then just Ice Lance them and just like kill them in 2 seconds. Or Fire Mage. Dude, Time Warp was so much fun with Combustion. You would just like land the biggest crits of your life, and Time Warp you would just get all your procs back for Combustion, and you would just land giant Pyroblasts for a ton of damage. Yeah, I played a little bit too much. Just a little bit. We actually have to make the widgets now. So, create a status effects folder. Gotta make the status effect icon. Status effect icon widget. Then we have to make the actual status effect widget that houses everything. Alrighty. So there's a couple things that we have to make in here. What I'd like to do is do scale box into size box into overlay, and then overlay we will add an image here, and we need to copy and paste the naming here. So the way that these actually bind is they match the exact name to the name of the object in the editor itself. So for this image, we have to just make sure that this name is matching. Progress bar, like all these that have binds are going to be the same thing. The bind anim widget, it's also going to be the same thing. So we just got to add in all these layers here. Progress bar, throw that in. This is going to be 0.35. Wait, is that background? That's fill image. We're doing remaining, so this will start filled. So background actually has to be 0. And then tint has to be the 0.35. I think it has like this weird like coloring on the sides here because of yeah, was it like margin or something? Yeah, margin. Damn, there's a way to get rid of this. Can't remember what it was, but it's not too important right now. So we have 2 rich text blocks that we want. Add that in. Duplicate it. Damn. I think that's the name. Oh, you know what I fucked up? I didn't get an error here. Might be because the uProperty meta macro is not set correctly. I hit compile there to test to make sure that I had this written how it should be. I always, damn it, I always mess that up. But it's fine. We'll just make it preemptively for the next time that we compile. Shit. Can't. Alright. Hold on. Shut down and recompile. Lips are chapped as fuck. Now we should get that error. Yep. 2. Damn. Alrighty. Now for this, be the same thing. One thing I will say is whenever you can use overlays, do so. Canvas panels, and I actually didn't know this when I first started out, canvas panels are actually incredibly, not harmful, that's not the word I want to use. They take up a lot more resources than overlay widgets do. But you have a bunch of canvas panels just, kind of holding your widgets together. Try to reduce the amount of canvas panels you use. Horizontal box. The name I gave this. Keep pressing Control KO like I'm moving back. We also have to set the data table in here too. If we go to our status effects, we set that here. And then in here we also set the icon that we just created. For size, we want to use the same dimensions that we were using for the health bars. And I think it's 350. I'm going to copy all the properties and paste them over to this size box here. Oh shit. There we go. I think the only thing that we don't want... Oh wait, what the hell? Did it not save the... Huh. That's weird. So it shows the properties getting set, but then it just doesn't actually save them. We're going to be changing the sizing of this at some point for sure. But as of right now, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so we have that status bar. Couple things we can do here. We could actually hold or like link this status bar to our team display widget, like the actual health bar itself. And I think I may want to do that to keep everything pretty organized. And if we actually do it that way, we can probably move this data table up as well. Because we don't want to just make a bunch of pointers to this. If we can just grab this information from the like main widget itself, then we don't have to copy this to a bunch of different places. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Let's go to this here. We're going to rip this out, put it over here. It's better to use MVVM pattern for UI. What is that? Hold on. I'm not a UI expert, but I'm going off of past creations. Model view, view model. View model, model. Gotcha. Model view controller, while MVVM adds a view model layer between the view and the model. So when you say a view model layer, is there an example that you could actually provide for that? Oh, also I missed this message too. Not sure those design patterns would work the same way in game dev. There was a message before that, I actually didn't get it. That's an example. If you linked something, I think YouTube has like an auto mod feature. I don't know how to turn it off. They may have actually got rid of it. If you send it without like the .com at the end or anything, I think you can actually paste it in, and then I can just fill in the .com myself. Yeah, YouTube does a pretty annoying job at removing stuff like that. Also, let me know when you actually send it through, because if they remove the link entirely without even without like the .com at the end, you may have to just tell me what the Google search so I can actually find it. And I'd hate to be the, you know, that desperate for it. From what I'm seeing though, it looks like you basically just have UI code just display, and then you have a controller that sits in the background to actually handle the logic or the actual like output of the data itself. Yes, basically that. Yeah, so the way or at least the way I've handled it, is I have like one main widget component that handles creating all the child widgets, and I kind of like use it as a controller where it handles dispersing all the data to all the child widgets itself. The child widgets don't know anything, they just know how to like display the information that they're being received. Yeah, exactly. So I have like this class, which is the team display widget. Like this is like the head class. This creates all the child widgets and it assigns the data to each of those. And then the actual like child widgets themselves don't really have anything in them. All they do is they bind to some delegates that just listen for health changes, like value changes, and then they just update the values. I think that's like the most extent of like the logic I would put in like a child like widget of that, is like each one has its own like unique like delegate that it listens for. That's an approach I did in my last project. Yeah, so I have oh, I actually can get rid of this. I try to make like a hierarchy of it, just like that model. And for the most part, I think I do pretty well with it. I just try to have like one thing share all the data and all the little child classes, just display it. The goal is to separate responsibilities, make things easier to maintain and test. Yeah, I try my best to do it. There might be some things that you see where logic is like filtered into some widgets. But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of that. The one thing I will always say is I always want to learn more, because I obviously don't know everything. But if anybody has like links or any like articles or like documentation that they can send regarding a certain topic that I'm doing, like I always appreciate it for sure. This would be moved up. Actually, what I am going to do, I don't want to keep a pointer to this on every class for this. So this status effect widget, I actually might be able to just combine with our other class. Technically. And here's my thought process behind that. Like the way I'm gonna like combine these, these are going to be created pretty much at the same time anyways. I know this one says like base health bar widget. I don't think this is ever going to be used without status effects. I can't think of a single case outside of this where I would be like, okay, I only want to display health bars. I don't want to display status effects. I don't think that will ever happen. Another alternative is I make a child class of this where I add that functionality onto it, and I can just keep it separated like that and do it that way. So just in case in the future I want to do that, I have the option to. Yeah. Let's try that. So there's actually a pretty easy way to do this. We can just go to our status effect widget here and just change our parent class. The include for this is going to be widgets. What is it? Combat? Yeah. Base health bar widgets. There we go. Native construct. Probably don't need that. We do need something to assign this library or that data table. Actually, what we can do is probably grab the parent widget itself and grab it from there. Is there a way that I would be able to link a delegate up to this instead? I don't think so. Not for what we're trying to do. I'll close out of these because I don't really need that right now. This has to get recompiled, so we're going to shut that down. Before we actually compile, I want to finish this. This status effect list needs to actually get set. I'm not going to be altering any values in this. We can actually probably make this a const array. This a reference to it. Yeah, I mean, it becomes a big deal. We'll move this out, but I don't think oh no, wait, no, we can't do it that way. What we could do is possibly create a getter from the parent class itself and use that instead. A couple different takes on this. I don't want to create like a whole T array when it's already created on the main class. So I mean, like, technically what I could do is just create like a pointer to the parent itself and just use that pointer to grab it instead. It'd save a lot of space, technically, to do it that way. The alternative is to just grab the parent and then cast it to grab that data off of it. If anybody has any alternative solutions, I'm definitely all ears. This is pretty much the same way as you're doing now. Oh, you're saying like the way I'm doing it is how you did it before, or however, the manager is a singleton that gets created on possess. So this actually is a, well, the team display widget, which is like the head widget, is something that gets created on possess as well. Can you see the link? So it actually doesn't show the link. And I'm the owner of the channel too, which is weird. Like, it doesn't even notify me that a link was like posted. So if you remove like the www and like the .com, try and like just post like the actual like name of the site, or like break it up with like spaces possibly. I don't know why it doesn't allow me to see it. I don't know. YouTube's chat restrictions are pretty crazy. You could also, if you send me the link on Discord too, that might be easier. There's a link to the, like the channels Discord there, but if you join that, you should be able to just send me it there. Or you could post up in one of the resources channels probably. I'll take a look at it. So this is going to be set when this is actually created. So we can probably override that initializer here. But this is just passing in player state. Probably if it's something to do with like UI, you could probably just post it in the Unreal Engine 5. Like, that's totally fine. Discord like really messes with my like OBS for some reason. So I'm gonna open it up quickly and see. There. Sweet. Oh, hell yeah. You know what's funny? Look at this. Where are you? Yeah. I use that same system for a majority of the features. That's funny. The only thing I don't use it, so the reason I'm not using it for this one particular is because this widget controller is for the user, like the actual character itself. The status effect system we're making here is actually for all other users in the game. And we only need a little bit of data for that, so I wasn't going to make separate widget controllers for like every single character. That's really funny you sent that. I was like, huh, I wonder if it's the same thing as this. And yeah, it's from the it's from that gas course by Steven. Yes, sir. That's funny. Love it. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna pass down the parent. The parent will have the actual status effect library that we can use. And I'll just grab a const reference to that T array so we don't store unnecessary amounts of data. What we want to do is when we're getting a status effect then we want to make sure that we have a valid reference to this. And what we can do here, create this outside, do that. Create a function called get status effect list. Go here. Make a const t array f status effect data pointer reference, and it will return status effect list, like so. I would force inline this, but this list isn't actually created until this is actually like constructed. So it's nothing that we can really save performance on, unfortunately. We need the include. Widgets, combat. There we go. UI is probably one of the hardest things for me, but MVVM solved that now. Yeah, true. Very true. UI, not great at designing it. I like to think kind of like in an architect's mindset. It's probably the best way I can phrase it. So I love like macro thinking. I love thinking about like the overall projection of like these kinds of features, and I love thinking about like all the possible like uses and like how to future-proof the functionality of these things. Check Discord. Give me 1 sec. Apologize if that was loud. What do we got? Yeah, this guy's awesome. Holy crap. That's awesome. Wow. That is so many bindings. That's dope though. You're pulling it all from a the object itself, it looks like. It's fucking cool. When we add equipment to the game, I'll probably be using a very similar model to that. That's still really funny though that the Stevens course, what you linked. The guy's a great teacher, that's for sure. We need native construct. I almost forgot about that. Let's go into protected. We want to make sure that this is virtual because our child classes actually use this. We actually don't have child classes for this. Just remembered. For sure, gas is a mystery 2 years ago. Oh, dude, it's still a mystery to me. That, there's just so many, like, so many layers of, like, abstraction to the system. And, like, I have had to, like, go into, like, their source code for their plugin to, like, read like how is their data passed around? Like how is this shit processed? So I could actually like have it communicate with other parts of like their system. Like for instance, like their gameplay queues and everything, I had to make like custom gameplay queues that had to be replicated, but they also had to have like the stack count of the thing that they're trying to like replicate the effect from. So like I have like burn stacks that you can apply to targets. So I had to go in and find ways to manipulate the values that are passed from a gameplay queue so I could have it replicated to like everybody else. So it's been a journey, I'll put it that way. Native construct, I just need to move that one function we had. Damn, did I not copy and paste it over? No, it's all good though. Make sure that this is valid before we do anything. My last extension for gas was an ability that creates its own track through obstacles with the A-star nav mesh. For example, lightning bolt around a tree. Oh, that's fucking cool. Wow. Okay, so it spawns an actor with I'm assuming like a custom made movement component from like I'm assuming like its parent class is like pawn movement or something. Get all rows, provide blank text, put it into the status effect list. This is not available. I would like to know about it. Yes, it tracks during movement of the target as well to readjust on the fly. It's fucking awesome. I've had to make a couple different custom pawn movement components. One for Shark AI that I created in a horror game a while back, and then most recently the like base AI for this game for the PvE part of it. But you telling me that just like gives me like ideas for like new abilities later down the line. So I'm totally going to steal ideas from you. All right, we have this here. I mean, we could move this function up to the main class as well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. No worries, nothing stolen, we share experience. Hey, there we go. Yeah, feel free to go through and steal any of my code. I've made a lot of different features for the game, but I'm gonna be honest, most of them I pretty much I've had to redo in the past like 200 days that I've been doing this all. what we can do here, actually check and make sure our thing is set. Display widget instance. If it's not set, we want to return, but I'd also like to know if it is not set. Oh damn, what do I have copied? Yeah, shit. I gotta start making categories for these logs, by the way, because they're getting kind of outrageous. Hello, Brenny. How are you? Hopefully I said your name correctly. Okay, that looks all good here. This does need to be called though. You're not making separated log channels? Oh, Glenn, trust me, I know it has to happen. I get into this like mindset of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna delete these like later on. Don't worry about it. They're just log temps. It's fine. That was like months ago. I gotta take like a day to sit down and just go through all of my like log temps that I've made and just like categorize it all. But like, I just have that like shiny object syndrome when it comes to like feature development where I'm like, oh fuck logging. I'm just gonna continue on, like I'll deal with it later. Good man, yourself? Doing pretty good. Feeling good. It's a Tuesday afternoon. Just chilling and coding. That's me when creating new things. Oh man, we all fall victim to it. It's too much fun. If you love coding, you love creating, not logging. Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. What else do we need here? We need to make sure that this is getting set. Oh yeah. One of the things I needed to make sure of was we have to... We're not creating a U-base health bar widget anymore. We're actually creating a status effect widget, which that naming is like gonna drive me fucking nuts, not gonna lie. But I will change it later. I could probably change it to U health bar and status effect widget, or U health and status effect widget, something like that. Because I want to be pretty literal in how I name things here. We actually can just do this. Oh fuck, it's not in combat. It's in oh yeah, this is all gonna have to get changed. I'm gonna have to reorganize that in a different folder too. Ugh. See, this is what thinking ahead prevents. Is situations where you have to go into Visual Studio and reorganize your folders. I'm usually pretty good at it. Now, did I do anything that would cause my shit to blow up upon starting? I know I'm gonna have to like redo the blueprint for this, and I'm totally okay. but we'll see. That's me when creating new things. Yeah, that's all of us, my friend. Thanks, Confusion Wood. Take care. Have a good day as well. I think we're ready to roll. I haven't seen anything that would blow up my code. I also haven't launched it yet, so we're going to control F5 and cross our fingers. Discord? Oh yeah, no, I see it. It's the GIF you sent, right? Oh my god, that coffee is hella fucking watered down now. I did not forward declare. Silly me. There we go. I need to do the good old like swivel. Hopefully that's not too loud. Yeah, the future will be all MVVM, just so you're prepared. Yeah. The NVVM model is pretty much how I have it set up now, right? So, like, the acronyms, not too great with them. Representation I'm a lot better with. But I have, like, the head widget that does, like, all the logic. And then the other widgets are the actual, like, rendering part. I mean, I could create, like, a U object that handles this as well. And it just does all the work for the widgets. I don't know. A couple different ways to do it. So if like creating like a custom U object to do the logic is better, then I can start transitioning into doing that too for future reference. All right, we got this compiled. So if I go into widgets, I actually was in the folder. Okay. Go in here. No, gotta go into this guy. What I'm gonna do is create a new class, and I'm gonna reparent this one to the one that we just made. Class settings. Yes. Serial killer. Yo, what's up? Going well, going well. And not complain. How are you doing? Probably keep this in a separate overlay on the bottom, I would imagine. All this like status overlay. Good source for MVVM. Good, okay, hell yeah. What I'm probably gonna do, just to keep the resources section a little bit decluttered, I'm probably going to move the links that you sent over to the main like piece of text itself. And yeah, just to make sure everything is organized as much as possible. Move this here. Wait, is it shift enter? Yeah, it is. Okay. I had to make sure I was making a new line. Come on. There we go. There we go. GitHub. Got all that. Okay, so I moved those links up there. Do you mind if I just remove the messages here, just off the resources channel, just to keep the main post the one that shows. For all the other ones though, we could probably put those into like general or community spotlight or something. Oh, you doing UI stuff? Still kind of trying to wrap my head around how Steven does it in the gas course. Yeah, so the way he does it is with a... It's funny you mentioned that, because we were literally just talking about Steven's course. Is he uses a widget controller. And Glenn actually posted up all the resources for widget that, or for like the UI stuff in the resources channel. And I just updated the widget section of the UE5 resources with it all. I'm just going to remove the messages here since I moved all of them up. I always like to ask before I delete anything. I don't want to be a dick. Is that the best way to do UI? I saw the common UI plugin made by Epic and was wondering if I should use that instead. There's a ton of ways to do UI. This is the most effective way that I've found to do it, and it's a really organized way to have it done. Common UI is more for reusable objects, window-wise. Yeah. Hey, Glenn's got it. But yeah, keeping like... I mean, it kind of like comes down to like the philosophy of how you design like pretty much anything. You want something to control data, and then you want objects to manipulate data in their own way. So you don't want things to be too dependent on that kind of information outside of like the function itself. You want, I always like say the same thing where you want things to be like as dynamic as possible. You never want to like really hard code features in place. That's why like when we were doing our team, like our lobby widget, for instance, right? Like this lobby widget, it is just taking two parameters and it's dynamically creating these clusters of team slots so players can like assign teams. So I don't have like a hard coded like two like vertical boxes for these teams. I have it to where I can create any number of teams with any number of players and divide it any way I want. Yeah, of course, dynamic, generic as possible, so you have flexible and reusable classes. Exactly. For example, you create a button to reuse in different menus. The best current way since 5.3 is MVVM. Yeah, so, yeah, exactly, Glenn. See, I'm just not great with acronyms. But yeah, I'm trying to do that model to the best of my ability for everything that I create. Not only UI, but like with any of the classes I make. NVVM, from what I read, is you have one thing that controls the logic, and then for the other parts of UI, you just have them only display. So for instance, the status effect icon, it has no logic in it whatsoever. The only thing it's doing is it's actually like displaying the like text of like whatever parameter that we send to it. The widget controller, yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much that. Yeah, so if you look up that model or that search that Glenn just said, it gives a lot of great examples. He posted links in the Discord as well, which I just added to our resources section. Which I'm definitely going to read that whole article off stream for sure, because I want to improve on the UI front as much as I can. And I feel like that would be a very good benefit, or that article would be a great benefit to doing that. So this status effect overlay, we actually want to increase the size box just a little bit here to probably like 70. This horizontal box we probably want on the bottom. This overlay here we want on the top. This did get reparented, yeah. We go into graph and class settings, we can see. Yeah, it did. Okay. The one thing I don't see... Oh, here we go. Class defaults. Yeah, we just needed to make sure that we had a place to put the icon in. If we go to this team display widget now in our graph, we should have the places for our data table. And then the status effect widget class would be this one here. All right. Status effect widgets. What is this missing? Oh, we can actually get rid of that entirely now. Feels like gas for the first time. Dude, do not reach that into existence. When I opened up the gas documentation, I mean, shit, I'll do it right now. I was like, oh, huh, gas looks really cool. I wonder what it's like to actually learn it. This shit is just like a never-ending fucking page. Crazy. I mean, I'm still learning it, to be honest with you. There's certain like features that I haven't utilized yet that I want to, but it's like one step at a time. Make sure that the health is still updating. Yeah, still works. Status effects though. The way we get this data, probably going to be, we got to do it through like gameplay cues. Do we make an interface to translate that over? It's when a gameplay cue is like, is actually spawned in, right? It's replicated already, and it has like the variables that we need to pass in. So when that spawns in, we could probably grab and use that data to update this. Let's actually go into our gameplay cues. We will go into this one for now. Oh, did I create a base function for this? Looks like it. Yeah, so what I'm currently doing is in our ability system component, when I execute a gameplay cue, just got to find the function, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. I actually think I moved it off of this. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. So the way, like, oh, I can actually show this first because it makes more sense after like visually seeing this. So I have an ability, or like a spell called Scorch, and it applies like a burning stack to the target, right? So you'll see when we attack this guy, he has this like orange effect. When he gets the 4 stacks, it triggers and turns blue, and it does this on the clients as well, as you can kind of see. The way that's happening is I am using the raw magnitude of the gameplay cue parameters, and I'm using that to translate the stack count over, so it's replicated, so I don't have to use any multicasts or anything like that. So with that being said, there's a couple other parameters that a gameplay cue has that I could just take and use in a different way and have that translate duration over if I wanted to. Because I mean, like, params have like a couple different floats that you can actually change up. What is this, UN? Oh, this is an int32. I mean, yeah. Raw magnitude. I think they have normalized magnitude as well, which, what is that? Like a, oh, that's also a float. I mean, in theory, I could make my own version of gameplay cue parameters and change up how it's serialized over the network too, if I run out of room. Gas is mostly floats. Yeah. Oh, I'm realizing that. I am very much realizing that. I mean, like, they have like some network magic going on, right? Because like with the context, they do a pretty good job serializing that with like a UN8. and bitwise. About casting in C++, I noticed Steven commonly does it a lot, and when I learned blueprints, it's apparently a non-optimal practice, and it causes performance issues. So in blueprints, it could possibly cause performance issues, but when you're actually doing like a dynamic cast like this, it's not too bad. I really don't notice like a hiccup on it at all. If anything, it's super small. I changed the default gameplay queue parameters in C++. It's not that bad. Yeah, in C++ you really don't notice a difference at all. It's super marginal. Or minimal, I mean. They have this effect context in here too. What are you storing for us, friend? Oh, just all this bullshit. That's a myth people spread for no reason. Yeah, pretty much. People are scared of casting. Me? All my code has it. I don't shy away from it at all. I love casting. Wondering if I should just use interfaces only, like in blueprints, but I don't know how to translate that over to C++ properly yet. So actually, interfaces are actually more of a performance hit than casting is, unironically. Interfaces, from what I have read, are a lot slower than just doing like a regular dynamic cast. I'd rather create some overhead by casting everything than have my game crash, to be honest. True. Very true, Dan. I love, by the way, just gotta pause for a minute. I love that you can have dynamic casts and if statements. Like, this just makes your code so much cleaner. Unfortunately, this had to be a static cast. But it is what it is. There's no support for casting custom structs in Unreal Engine. They do not like you using custom structs, which is why they don't support them. That's actually not the reason. I'm totally making that up, but yeah. Static casting. It's very rare that I have to do that. Back to the original plan here. So params. We have this here on activate. It does some magic. I want to grab the when this is spawned in, I want all of the actors to update. Their UI. So I want to grab the local player controller. Or I want to grab everybody that is a not a simulated proxy. I heard the same Recast versus interfaces. People have watched too many tutorials out there that are villainizing casting. Obviously soft references make sense, but occasional casting is fine, IMO. Yeah, true. Yeah, like, dude, I see so many posts on the forums about, like, don't cast too much, don't do that. But, like, you are not going to take that big of a performance hit by just, like, doing these casts. If anything, like, it's making your game safer from crashes. I heard the optimal practice is that casting is okay as long as you do it at the top of the class hierarchy to classes that are always loaded, but for everything else just use interfaces. When programming abstract, you will have to cast when needed. Interfaces is good when you want separation of dependencies. Yeah, that's true. Interfaces are great if you have like a variety of classes that don't come from the same hierarchy that want to have this same function just overrided a bunch of times to have different functionality. Casting is great when you know that like one class has this function that needs to get called, and like this class alone has that. Yeah, so I mean, when this activates, right, this is when we actually want to do the status effect application here. We need to get the pretty much like every single player and call this on the, or call this on them when this is activated. Real quick, actually. I want to test something. So on active and while active, two separate things. While active is like on active is a gameplay queue that is only triggered on the first like actual tick or like application of the gameplay queue itself. You can think of this as like a multicast, right? Like you have to be like, oh damn it, you have to be like in view of it for this to actually like fire off. While active, you can think of as like an on rep function. Like as soon as it becomes relevant, you'll get the while active called if the gameplay queue is still running. So the idea would be to have something determine, well, we have to determine a couple different things. One, has it already been like accounted for? Did we already do the status effect for the target that it was applied to? And if so, we don't want to apply it again. We would want to apply it again though if the gameplay queue got re-triggered, right? The thing you have to realize is these are actors. This gameplay queue is not it's not an execute, it's not an instant. These are for duration-based gameplay effects. So that means this thing will still be alive, quote unquote, throughout its whole course of actually providing this visual cue. So there are variables that we can set on this and use. My understanding was that casting created dependencies and you mostly want all logic to be self-contained within the class itself and not rely on another class to function. My coding literacy is not super great, so correct me if I'm wrong. See it like this: base class, child class. If class is a child class, then function from call this function from child class. That's a situation where you need casting. Yeah, pretty much. Like you, oh man, this gets into like hierarchy of like coding. There are like a bunch of cases where you would need casting. For instance, I believe in my character class, when we're adding abilities to my character, there's casting that we actually have to do for this, unless I changed it. and it's very possible I changed it. Maybe. I did create a lot of fucking custom functionality for this stuff. Yeah, damn, I did change it. Alright, so I'll just give you a quick rundown of what this was doing originally. This was taking a gameplay ability, right? Just the standard out-of-the-box gameplay ability, no custom functionality whatsoever, right? Well, there were certain parameters that I was setting on my custom gameplay ability, this invoker one, right? And there were certain variables I needed off of this. So what I did was I set this up to where I knew that the abilities I was adding to the character was of this type, and I needed this variable to like set the model, or like the spell model for projection. So in that case, casting is great because I don't have to change anything. I know it's a child class, and I know if I cast to it, I can grab these variables. Oh, just talk about communication, information between different classes. Casting is just a very easy, like, one-off way to grab data you need without having to create like a whole system to just relay some information. Like, typing a cast is like 2 lines, whereas like creating an interface to handle that type of functionality just takes a lot longer to do, in my opinion. Now, I will say, if you need to do casting for one specific thing a lot, then an interface probably would be the way to go. Or if you need like a common function, right, for a bunch of different classes, then an interface is the way to go. God damn, dude. I'm like losing my voice. Yo, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know how teachers talk 7 hours every day during like classes and shit in high school and then have a voice, because they have to do this consistently, bro. I have an interface for my combat manager component, for example. Yeah, so interfaces are also great for like combat features, like damage, for instance. Like, if you have a bullet, right, and it collides with something, you don't know what it collided with, but you want to see if it's supposed to do something when it collides with it, then that's a great example of what an interface should be used for. So like, if the thing it hit can take damage, then an interface would be able to handle it no matter what the object is. And if it's not supposed to take damage, it doesn't have the interface, and, you know, that's how it works. Man, I'm kind of just like fumbling around, but this topic is really interesting. So the reason I worded it that way is because Steven, in one of his videos, like, mentioned something similar to that, and like I never really understood like polymorphism and like interfaces and like the point. And then like when you described like damage and how like a bullet doesn't care what it hits, it just applies damage to that thing if it can take it, I was like, oh shit, that makes like total sense. Like, you just want to apply the function damage to the thing, and then that thing overrides that damage function and then does whatever it needs with it. What I was saying before, though, is that, sorry. Notification. What I was saying before though is while active you can think of as like an on rep, and then active is kind of like a multicast. We just need to make sure that we are distributing the parameters of this gameplay queue accordingly. Now I wonder when we originally activate this, I wonder if we can create some custom functionality to just spread this to all players in the lobby when this stuff is replicated. Kind of like a begin play function. I also use interface for targeting systems where you don't know if it's a player or enemy. Yeah, there you go. Stuff like that. Right, so for example, you wanted a fire ability to react differently to different elemental abilities upon making contact, and interface would be good for that. Yeah, perfect. Because like each ability, or like what you could do is you could do something like this, right? I'm gonna like use your example and run with it real quick. You could have like a gameplay tag, and this would be like the, we'll call it the element tag, right? You could set this thing to be like fire, water, air, earth, avatar shit, whatever you want, right? You could pass this tag to that object, right? And they will take this tag and use it when applying damage. And what I mean by that is, depending on what this tag is, they'll like basically say like, oh, it's a fire tag, so I'm taking fire damage. I have like this much fire resistance. Yeah, no worries. So like an interface you could pass data with, which is great. I actually use an interface for interaction. This is actually a great example that is used in a lot of different games that need the ability to like pick up items or like interact with like doors, light switches, stuff like that. You can see here in this interaction interface, I have an interact function. I'm passing in the player controller itself, and then =0 is basically saying it's making it pure virtual. And what that means is in the CPP file, you don't have a declaration here or the actual like definition. Pure virtual means that all classes that inherit this interface will have to do an override for it. So =0 basically says like, hey, it tells the compiler, hey, don't bother looking in the CPP file. Look at the classes that inherit it or inherit this instead. Hopefully that makes sense. I recall somewhere Steven said you should handle stuff like that in a gameplay effects spec. Yeah, so kind of the same thing with the tag. What you would do is you would create a tag that has that, like, you can make like an elemental tag, and the effect would actually have that as like a source tag or something of that nature, I would imagine. So you can actually like tag the gameplay effect to have like this thing. And when you're doing like this execution calculation here, where you're doing like damage, you can see what tag it has, and you can manipulate the damage based on that tag. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, when I was saying like you can modify damage based on like certain values here. So like if they had like an attribute called like fire resistance or something, you could create a new attribute called fire resistance and change the value, and they'd be able to use that to lower fire damage that they take. Or you could make an attribute for each element for resistance. There's a bunch of ways to handle it. That's what's pretty cool about the gameplay ability system. They give you a lot of options. What I want to do, excuse me. I want to see what we got in here. So this is doing the serialize. Is this just an actor? What is the parent of this? Yeah, it's just actor. What I'm looking for is the handle event. When is this called? I want to change that if possible and do something right before it's called so we can properly update our status effects to all the players. I plan on doing an element system, taking inspiration from Pokemon, but with my own spin on it, of course. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, gas is definitely the right system to do it in, for sure. You get a lot of flexibility. I just want to know when handle event is called. Or handle gameplay queue. So if we shift F12, we can see where this is referenced or actually called. And we can see if we can do something about it. Looks like it's used here in game. What is this? Gameplay queue set. Before we jump into this, I'm gonna fill my water up again. And I gotta piss like a racehorse. I've just been like chugging this for the past like couple hours. Be back in just 1 second. Okay. See here. All right. See how we can change this up so we can use it. I don't know if you hang out in the Discord to help people solve problems, but if I run into any coding issues I need help with, did I appreciate your brain? Yeah, dude, for sure. If you hit me up, I'll come in and help you out. I've taught dozens of people programming before, so kind of just love doing it. I think I just like talking to like-minded individuals about it more than anything. A lot of fun. Yeah, okay, so this is where... Okay, so this is where it's spawned in right here. At our instance, we should probably have a flag or something to determine if we want to reuse or stack instances. That would mean changing our map to have a list of active instances. Oh, that would be awesome. But it looks like that's something they're going to do in the future. Unfortunate. Yeah, this is instanced. What is this now? Oh, does our queue override other queues? Or is it called in addition to them? Okay. See what they're saying. Yeah, so I mean, this thing gets like spawned in immediately, and then this is called. Where's this? Yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, we're kind of like going to deep dive into this a bit to get a better understanding of where this is coming from. So we have a good placement on where we want to do these. Or do this like status effect. Oh, is this overrideable? Oh, yeah, you... God damn it. Thank God. Okay, well, I think we have a starting point here. So from what I'm seeing, we're probably going to use this function where it's being spawned. And we might do something where we do like a deferred spawn Okay, find existing Q1 actor. Welcome back. I think we're going to override, possibly override this here. Now, where is this function called? Oh, what am I working on? Okay, so we have the ability to do our status effects now, right? What we're trying to do is when this is spawned in, we want all, essentially like all players to get an update on the status effect that was spawned in via the gameplay queue manager and apply the status effect icon to the correct like health bar. So you got like these health bars on the side here, like right below them is going to be a status effect bar. So the thought is we find where the gameplay queues are spawned, and right as they're spawned we pass this data along to our status effect system to handle it. So it's kind of like finding an entry point of where it makes the most sense to get this data from. And right now I'm just trying to see how this is spawned. Like we can do an override for this too and change this. The one thing I'm like thinking about though is replication of the spawn parameters. Stacks only work when target is hit. So the way it's passed in is through the parameters itself. So I just got to get back to the spot. I can show you. Yeah, okay. So when the target is hit, right, don't mind like the wording on this or anything. This is the part that like only matters here. We're grabbing the current stack count off of the target that we hit, and we are passing in the gameplay queue with this custom parameter, and we're storing the stack count in raw magnitude to be passed over the network, so we don't have to do like any additional replication there. So I just want to see how fast this is actually replicated to this gameplay queue. Like these are multicast, I believe. But it's been a minute since I really dug into it and read how this is spawned in. So like this internal function, is this coming from a multicast? I just want to see how like how they have this like RPC like completing. This is for missing gameplay cues. So that's like a later spawn. Oh, that's the actual. iGameplay queue interface. Is it the gameplay effect that calls multicast of this? Huh. Open the editor, help with the search. We're on the hunt to see where this is stemming from. I think it's a gameplay effect, looking at this now. But before I like go any further, I want to make sure where this is being replicated from. And like, I need to know how reliable the parameters are on spawn, which is very important. Because if it's something that is replicated later, like it's not passed into the actual RPC itself, then it's going to change how we do this. Yeah, if it's null, you'll have a problem. Yeah, I do not want to have any issues. I want to make sure that I'm passing in, or that like the data that I'm actually passing in is usable immediately. So what is this? Okay, add gameplay queue. Internal. Oh, okay. Wait, forced replication. They're calling force net update here. Oh, you know what? I actually need to do the same thing when spawning in projectiles. I'm glad I actually saw that because I was like, oh shit. I don't think I'm doing that immediately after spawn. Oh wait, you might not be able to do it with deferred spawning. What I'm trying to have happen is the move ignored actors. I'm trying to have this actually be immediately updated before the finish actor spawning is called. I'm gonna put a to-do here. I gotta look into that. I don't even know what to call it. I'll leave it there. Yeah, so I mean, it looks like all of it will be available upon calling. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here too. Because it's forcing the replication immediately, which, I mean, this is like abstract, right? Like we don't really know what's going on unless we like really get into it. But I mean, this gets into like their custom interfaces that they have, it looks like. Know what it does? Forces priority on replication. Yeah. Yeah, so we should be good. Do rep custom conditions set active fast. That's a mouthful. Alright, so with that, I mean, we might be able to just do this on begin play then. Possibly set up the link there. I mean, worst case scenario, we're at least creating a function to start the process, and then we'll put the function in the place that makes the most amount of sense. This is the base actor, yeah. Okay. I want to make a delegate for this. Ooh, I wonder if we can do something where... No, because it's only called on the server, then replication happens. I was thinking, right, when we actually go to spawn the actor itself, I was seeing if we could have a delegate link up to it that just provides our status effect widget with the parameters that are going to be put through to this. Active gameplay queue container. Possible, yeah. Because I kind of want to... I don't want to, like, set a delegate for every actor that's, like, spawned. I'd much rather have it be like, oh, hey, by the way, we're passing this information over to this newly spawned actor. Let's just take it and run with it there. But you create dependency again then? Yeah. Oh shit, and then we got prediction as well. Special stuff for mixed replication mode. Gotta love it. What is this saying now? For mixed minimal replication mode, we do not want the owning client to play on active event through this RPC, since it will get full replicated GE in its age or AGE. Generate a server-side prediction key for it, which will look for the implementation function and ignore original hack. That's fucking awesome. Key we send for the RPC. Call invoke gameplay queue, add it with params. Oh, here we go. Call on server here. Clients get it from the rep notify. Does that mean that they have an override for... This is everything that's getting replicated here. Font attributes, active gameplay queues, replicated loose tags. Active gameplay queues. So if there's a replicated. Oh, it's not replicated using. Okay. When they said rep notify then. Abilities, spawned attributes. It would be cool if we got access to override like an on rep with this. Gameplay queue notifies. Oh, this right here? Like the gameplay queue notify actors? I have a child class of this that I'm using. So the one thing that I have seen is the... Oh, I guess they did say in the comments that it's using like an on-rep to spawn in the system, so eventually it will happen. Oh, okay, so like in my head, right? I don't know why, but for whatever reason I was thinking, oh, we should just use like one of the replicated variables, and if there's like an on-rep or like a replicated using function attached to it, we could probably just put it in there, where we pass the data to all the clients for them to update their, you know, status effects for that target. But we might be able to, I mean, we have my target here. In parameters, do we have the... We have the instigator. I want to grab the player state of this target. Because then I can get the attribute set off of it as well. Actually, no, we don't need that for this. What am I saying? I just need something to link the actor that we're targeting with the current like health bar that we have set up. The one problem with just using an actor is actors have different names when they respawn. Set context from parameters. Oh, wait a minute. We might be passing in... Oh no, I don't think we're actually passing in the hit result for the effect context. Does effect context have the ability system component that we actually, of the like target that we actually hit? I mean, I can get it from my target here, but I don't think... Is the ability system component replicated to all clients as well? Like, do they know it exists on the player state? Or is it just the server that knows? These are the questions. I believe I tested this before. Yes, target data from effect context. Target data from effect context. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like cat. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can cast it to. Hold on. The data that we actually set. Let me go into my. Apply over. Where is apply damage? I gotta see what we are filling that with. We're just seeing if we actually modified it there at all. Target data is typically produced, target actor is created. Yeah, so I'm producing it here. I was just seeing if I was modifying it at all before application. I don't think I am. So we have spawned abilities. So it's not like a direct target, right? It's not like an override for like, hold on, let me just go to the function. So we have our, yeah, right here, target data location info, right? I have different like types of like spells, so they require different types of data. This is how I originally set it up, like in the first 30 days. It's not like the best way to handle that. I just never got around to changing it. We had, there's like certain abilities that will use like a this type of context here where that data will be available to them. So like if they use like an F hit result target data type like this, but then there are some that don't necessarily have that data put into place. Like this one's location info. This is kind of like a scramble to find where this information's available and what's the easiest way to get it. We can apply it. My brain is like running through 100 ideas a minute, it feels like. That is the maze of gas. Dude, it really is. It really is. I mean, if I can find... I just need a way to link the target to the actual like health bar itself. So I need like a unique identifier. I know the player state has a unique ID that it assigns to each person when they join in. So I'm thinking we might have to use that as the angle of identifying like which like who is who. Because currently right now we're just like binding to like 2 delegates that are listening for like health, right? And then we just like cast it away. Not like literally cast, but we just like don't touch it again. So it's like automated. But here we're going to be like actively looking for these gameplay cues, and we need a way to know which health bar they should be applied to. So like if one of these guys on the left, for instance, got a status effect, how would every other client know that that is the correct health bar? Currently I'm passing in the player state, so if we do it that way and we have the health bar store the unique ID, not the player state itself, because the naming is going to be different. If we have it store the unique ID, we could probably use that to compare. God damn. There's got to be an easier way to do this, but I just can't think of the most, the clearest path, so to speak. Maybe I just like making things harder on myself. But this is fun. This is the kind of shit I love doing. It's this kind of problem solving that like really makes your brain turn. Yeah, for sure. You know what it's about. There's 2 ways that we can determine the correct target. Let's start with this way and see if this works, and then we'll branch off on it. So we just got to start with an idea. It might be the wrong idea, but it is something to just get us off the ground and going. Oh shit, is there a delegate for when a gameplay cue is applied? I didn't actually think about that. There is. God damn it. All right. Where are you at, my delegate? Shit. Gameplay effect applied, blah blah blah. Some internal functions. Oh, you think it's in the gameplay? Okay. Gotcha. Gameplay queue manager? Yeah, that sounds about right. I think we can get there fast with... Yeah, here we are. F12. Gameplay queue notify set loaded. Does that mean when it is active? Call back for when load finishes. Use struct. Okay, so this is public. Where are you broadcasted? Damn, I just stopped the search. I was slowing down my Visual Studio so much. I mean, it's only going to be really used in here. Yeah, I thought there was one too. Oh shit, apparently the game is loaded up in the background. Oops. We don't want to find an existing queue. What we want is to see. What is this? On gameplay queue, notify, add or remove. Ah. Hello, friend. Oh, damn you. Well. You need the ad. Yeah. What is this macro? Oh no, never mind. Yeah. When replicating, it adds to the queue, or it adds the queue to the manager. Gotcha. Handles updating an object library when a new asset is created. I don't think this is this is just used for the editor, is it not? I think this is for when you're like creating gameplay cues. We need the added one. Do you know what the function name for that one is? I'll check for too many RPCs. It's funny. Trying to find it. Yeah. I mean, that Unreal Engine, man. You're going to spend most of your time looking for the right function to use. But if you spend enough time looking for it, you'll never forget it. I'm surprised the ability system component doesn't have something for it. I mean, technically, like, it's not necessarily a replicated thing, except the active gameplay cues is. I think I'm just like now just getting like things mixed up with each other. Active gameplay cues. What is this? Are you protected? Or nice. I see how you execute the gameplay queue. Yeah, I mean, what we have is we just use add gameplay queue actually. Let me go to where that is. It's in our base spell. So we grab the ability system component that we want to add it to, and it will do it here. For context, this is on the server. We have a check where all this code is only done on the server. So it calls add gameplay queue. It gets the tag, or if there's like multiple gameplay queues, which typically there aren't, it'll use that when passing it in. I think I found something with active gameplay queues. Gameplay queue function library? It's a thing. Fuck. I think active gameplay queues is gonna be a way in. I just wish it was like an on rep function though. That would be very helpful. I'm gonna clear out some of this. That's where you have add gameplay queue on actor and execute gameplay queue on actor. Those are functions within the gameplay queue function library, you said? Check it out, might be interesting. Yeah, I mean, shit. Why not? I'm just seeing if there was like a quick way to get in there from here, but it doesn't look like it. Is it just like... Oh, there you are. Look at that. Oh. There we go. Dude, I had no idea this even fucking existed. I'm not even gonna lie. Crazy. I wanna the active gameplay queues like array is the replicated variable that would store this data that we could use. Probably should use those. Yeah, I might convert over to those. Or do something very similar to those in the near future. The active gameplay queues looks like a spot where we would actually want to God damn it, I clicked build. And if it was only replicated using, I mean technically, you know what I mean? Could turn it into replicated using if I wanted. I might do it for science, not gonna lie. Add gameplay queue internal and ability system component. That where you're saying like that's where this is called? Wow, there's like multiple layers to this. Yeah. Yeah, forces replication here. What would be the downside to changing that to an on-rep function? I think the downside would be prediction. Does it get added if it fails? Probably, right? Oh, it would get removed too, though. Could I do an override? I could. So the thing is, it's the replication is forced right here, right? So it would be sometime after this that I would want to do it. From what I'm seeing. What is this? B was on, it's in list. Oh, if it hasn't been added yet, we'll do this. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. You know what's also weird? It says like clients get it from rep notify. Where is this rep notify for this? If I was going to override, I don't think internals are overrideable. Oh no, it is. Virtual void. Oh shit. Okay. Never mind. Hold on. I didn't actually think that it would be. Is this... No. It wouldn't be private and virtual. That makes no sense. Huh. Okay. Is that super at the top? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking now. Damn. So usually when I see internal functions, they are never overrideable. Or they're never virtual, I mean. But it looks like this one is. Shit, alright. Try it out. What's the difference between... One's const with gameplay queue parameters? We care about that? This is... Okay, yeah. The one that's const is what we want to override. Roll down. Where is my... This actually has to go unprotected. Just chaining. Yeah, I see that. They have like a couple different variations. Like one of them creates or like sets the parameter, and then once it's set, the const version is what takes it and then does the calls. Gameplay queue tag. Then here's the container. Would also help if I actually put the function name. Okay, so we got it here. We can just create a delegate to broadcast this, eh? Whenever it's called. Or no, we could this is going to be called on the server, then force replicated down. Should really invest in the rider. I know, I hear it all the time, but listen, my excuse is if I got rider, I wouldn't be able to blame my bad programming on just a bad IDE anymore. I wouldn't have an excuse for my game not working. So when I use Visual Studio, since it can be a piece of shit, I can totally blame problems on this. As soon as I get rider, I got nothing to blame but myself. And I don't know if my ego can handle that. See what I'm saying? That's a first. Yeah. They said there's an on rep. Where or what did they mean by that? And where is this on rep? Gets it from a rep notify. Is this being called somewhere else that I do not see? Being called from this multicast here. Yeah, it's doing the event. We don't want that. That multicast is a big no-no for what we're trying to do. It looks like they're technically not using a rep notify. What they're actually doing is they're just multicasting the events over. So I feel lied to. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I don't know how much I trust them anymore. Yeah, look at that. They're not doing a rep notify. They're doing a multicast. Let me help them out. There we go. Fix the documentation. What is this guy? Oh, another multicast. Beautiful. So thinking about this right now. They're doing a forced replication, right? But the add gameplay queue internal is called on the server. In cases where there's like higher ping, we're not going to get the most accurate gameplay queue parameters to the clients by that point. And if only they did use like an on-rep. I mean, technically I could just like change their active gameplay queues thing to be like a replicated using. This right here. Because I can make changes to this shit. And then what I can do is, in the on-rep, I can just like have it go over the gameplay queues that are on here. And if they have a new gameplay queue, or like one got removed, whatever, right? I can update the status effects that way. This would make it so no matter what happens, we'll have like the most current information on all the active status effects on the character. That's what I'm thinking. And from what it looks like, that would work. I don't know. I just think it's weird that they don't have the most reliable way to get this information. You see what I'm saying? Because they have replicated here. I just add replicated using, and then when it actually is updated on a client, right? Say the client has like 300 ms. Like, why the fuck are they on the internet? But that's besides the point. They have 300 ms. They're not going to get this. There's a chance there's like fucking packet loss, right? With the multicast, because it's unreliable, they miss it. Shit. This active gameplay queues, rep notify, updates it, gets it going again. I add the status effect here. Because we do need these gameplay queues technically to be reliable. I might do testing off stream because I don't want to look like an idiot when this like totally doesn't work. But if it does work, you would never hear the end of it. In my case, yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. It's not, again, like, there's different use cases for everything. I just want to avoid adding more congestion to the network if possible. And from what I'm seeing here, this looks like a decent way to handle this kind of situation with just a simple change. You know what I need to do is mark down a to-do here, because I look at these, I think, and let myself know that I made a change. There's also a horrible fucking bug that happens sometimes when doing shit like this, where it will not recognize certain data types anymore. And that is really annoying, running into that shit. But hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't do that. You are gonna go right under your buddy. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I'm actually probably going to be signing off here in about like 2 minutes anyways, so have a good rest of your day, man. I appreciate your help. Let's make this virtual. Actually, can we make a U function pure virtual? Because I don't want an override here. I want an override in the child class. Come on. Here you are. We don't need U function on overrides. We're fine here. Then we're going to do active gameplay use. That's fine. We're good. Holy shit, never mind. I thought I had this lined up in my copy and paste. What is this? Active gameplay queue container. I'm gonna iterate over this. Wait, what does it store? Why am I treating this like an array? Hold on a second. Let me back up. This is what we want. And this is F active gameplay queue. Okay. What does active gameplay queue actually give us access to here? Tag, parameters, all the good stuff. Replication ID as well. We have access to all the queues now that are currently on our character and pretty much everybody else's. What we can possibly do is make a getter function then. I just want to create a delegate that we can bind to, but don't have to make a function call. I can just have something handle events for me. What is this, a T array? I can do this as a const. Hold on. This onRep function is going to broadcast, right? When it broadcasts, we want it to look at the current gameplay queues and then create the status effects for those queues. And if the queues don't exist anymore, it will get rid of them as well. We're not going to have like hundreds of gameplay queues within this list, so doing it this way should be totally okay. We could get like really like nitty gritty with it and make like comparisons and stuff. We're like, okay, is this array not like has it changed like since the last iteration that we went through? Actually, that's a good question. Does this do a notify if there actually is no change? Can't remember if it was always notify or only in certain situations. Where is our replication? Okay, so it only actually sends when it changes. That's fine. That's actually better performance-wise for the solution that we're going to be implementing here. This function we actually might be able to do force inline for. Not a pointer, yeah. Yeah, we're good then. So we don't need to do this iteration here. That will be handled on our team display widget. Actually, comment this out real quick. We are going to make include here. Not include, what am I doing? We'll make a delegate. Do I just want to make a broadcast or do I want to pass values in? Good question. Probably just a broadcast, right? Because we're going to be using the getter. I mean, technically we can just broadcast the array. Yeah, that would save us from having to have a copy of the ability system component on the widget itself. Let's call this This is used in our, technically it's our team display widget, but actually it's like more lower on the totem pole than that. It's actually used in our like health bars. So we should probably change it. I'll be specific with it. Bounds when the widget is first initialized. Now, before we do anything else, let's make sure that this is make sure we actually bind this before I get sidetracked doing some other shit. But I close out of where we need to be. Excuse me. This is the icons. What am I doing? I need to override our initialize here, so this has to be virtual. The reason I need to override it is because we need to also add in our delegate here. Instead of calling super, because this is only one level up, I'm just going to take what we currently have and paste it in so we don't have to double cast all this shit to get what we need. So I'm doing a true override. What the fuck what the hell was that? That was weird. Add U object this, and we will call we need to make a new function actually. The reason we need to make a new function is because we need one that takes in that T array that we're passing through this broadcast. And then does the iteration for us. And then handles adding and removing status effects, activating them, all that stuff. So we'll be making that. This needs our invoker ability system component. We also need our attribute. What do I want to call this? I'll probably just, actually we just want to call this like an updater. Let's see here, update status effect icons. And it takes in a const T array of F active gameplay view reference inactive gameplay. Like so. It doesn't need to be a U function because we're just using a standard run-of-the-mill function here, or delegate, I mean. We do not need U function since it's not a dynamic delegate. We want to go into our player state folder now and do our include here. That should solve all this. The add U object. What do we got? We're having an issue. Why? That is what we set our component to be. Quantity array, factive, gameplay queue, reference. What the hell is the holdup? Oh, add. No, it's bind U object. God damn it. It's been a long day. It's all good though. We noticed it. Let's update our logs to match the function call and the class. I don't know why I'm not calling set health here. I'll just do it. Honestly, I don't see a point. Ah, fuck it, it was working without it. Oh man, it's been a long day. So close to being done though, holy shit. Alright. Go here. I don't know if we need this override anymore, so I'm gonna comment it out. We do need this though. And we do need to broadcast our delegate. Execute if bound. Passing in our active gameplay queues. Oh, active gameplay queues dot gameplay queues. Yes. Stay there for one moment, I'll be back. All that. Execute bound. Is this ever going to be... I'm thinking too deep into that. Not gonna bother. Where is that one function we override? Move it along. Okay, we have our active gameplay queues here. Now, we need to be able to reference queues that we've already added. And queues that we haven't, because we don't want to add double the amount of icons for a gameplay queue. So we have to make like a container let's do that. Doesn't need to be U property because it doesn't really need to be replicated. We'll call this current status effect gameplay queue. Okay, we'll check it. So there's a couple different ways we can iterate over this. Has tag exact. Probably need to do it this way. Reason being is because like I can come back later and change that, but as of right now I don't know exactly how many layers deep and subtags we're going to be going for these gameplay cues. If we don't really add too many subtags, then I'll just do hashtag fast instead. What are we bitching about here? Today long line? Yeah, I guess so. How many hours have we been going now? Oh my fucking god, it's like 5 hours. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't even realize it's been 5 hours. Yeah, we've just been cranking through this status effect thing. Crazy long time. Oh, it has an error type. We just need to do the include for gameplay. Oh no, we have it here. Huh. Have you fixed the rollifying ability? Yeah, we got that fixed yesterday. Thank God. It was really funny while it lasted though, not gonna lie. I didn't think about it like at all. But when the gates open and my friend just starts spamming the roll ability and he's just flying across the map, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Yeah, sorry the bug is gone. But there will be new bugs. I can guarantee that. Not by choice. I want to make that very clear. Alright, so... When we update the status effect icons, wow, this is going to be kind of like a weird comparison because this is we need to see what gameplay cues are not added into this container, right? Because if they don't exist in the active gameplay cues, that means that they've expired, and if so, we need to remove it from this container. So we have this add status effect icon. We actually need to make a remove as well. I could spell remove. That would probably help. When you want to delay, what do you have to do? Is there a delay function? You can use a timer. So you would do like, oh wait, I'm gonna widget. Hold on a second. So you can do this on like any actor. I'll just go to my character real quick and show you. So if you need like a simple delay, you can just do this. So if you go get world, timer, manager, like that, right? You can do set timer. And this offers a lot of flexibility on what you can do. The most common practice I've seen is you have to make an F timer handle. So we'll just name this guy timer handle. It needs context to the object that it's pretty much going to live on, or where it's going to like do the function call, whatever, when the timer expires. Then you need the function that it's going to call when the time expires. So for instance, when this time expires, I want to call, sure, we'll call despawn casting rune. And then the next thing it takes in is the delay that you want. So let's do a 5-second delay. Bam. Just like that. Very important though, the function that you use has to be ufunction. So if I were to do this, right, I would have to make sure that this despawn casting rune is ufunction, or else it will not call the function at the end of the timer. That's a crucial thing to know. Where the hell did my timer go? I want to make sure I get rid of that. Does that make sense? Yeah, no problem. Let's see here. Oh, actually, we're not going to be creating status effects. We're going to be removing them now. So we actually have to go through our current list of icons and get the, or remove the one that has this gameplay effect. So this is going to be different. We actually have to make a T array. Maybe not actually. We have this horizontal box. We can grab all the children from this class and do it this way. if we do get all children here, we're going to iterate through this. Not equals. Get all children should be pointers. Is it const? God damn it. Come on, Visual Studio, to tell me if it's const. What's the malfunction here? Oh, U widget. Yeah, it's a T array of U widget pointer. Do I not have like an include for U widget? What is the malfunction here? It's a fucking if statement, god damn it. Dude. Oh my god. I'm driving myself crazy. That is not, oh Jesus. I'm falling apart. I mean, there's two ways to do this, right? I could just get all the children of this horizontal box, which I know are all going to be these status effects, like these status effect widgets, right? Or I could create a U property T array that stores every single one of these that we create. This technically uses less memory doing it this way, but we are going to be casting over each one of these. So pick your poison. I choose the hard way. Use status effect icon widget, and we are casting temp widget. Do not think that we need this anymore. Always the hard way. That's why I love coding. Status effect widget instance. Okay, we are storing the gameplay Q tag on this technically. We're not storing it as a gameplay tag, I don't believe. We actually should though. I'm gonna do that. It'll be a lot easier to do this iteration. It's in the status effect widget icon. God damn it. This is crazy. Here we go. we need a getter for this. So we're going to do a quick force inline. Well, I also have to put the return for this. Is a gameplay tag reference. I mean, saving a little bit of memory doing it that way, not anything crazy. Return. Holy fuck, stop going to the next line. Make sure that this gets set. Okay. Get status effect, gameplay Q tag. We want to check this in comparison to the one that we're trying to remove. So do an if here. There's a function that we have for status effect removal, I believe. Yeah, we can call this right here. Completes duration or it's removed. Actually, we'll call complete status effect duration instead. What this will do is set this equal to 0. I want to just make sure that this is not going to get double called. We'll call the complete status effect duration, so our animations still play, all that good stuff still happens. We do want our remaining time to also hit 0. So there's actually a couple more things we have to do here. Remaining duration equals 0. A couple things we need to handle, like making sure that the text also matches. And the progress bar also gets set. Okay, got that completed. So we have add, remove. We actually need a reset for this as well. So if our status effect gets double applied. Oh man, this actually creates a really weird scenario. Like, how do we know if it's applied again? Fuck. See, this is the stuff that you like think about when getting into it, because you jump one hurdle, then you get to the next one. This hurdle is being, how dynamic is this system really, right? Because this can handle a couple situations really well, but how can it handle all situations? And this is why, like, understanding, or like having the thought of what data you're passing to this and how it interprets that data, like, that is like super important. We don't want to make things too one-dimensional, but I do want to have a lot of functionality in this. Man, I might need to take a break, eat some food. I think I said like an hour ago that I was going to stop the stream, but then I went for like another hour with the status effect thing. We're almost there though, but I'll probably have to pick it up tomorrow morning. I'll probably work on it a little bit more tonight, but not too much. I'll save the fun for tomorrow. But yeah, with that being said, I'll probably call it here then. Thank you all for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. And until tomorrow, peace.